forgotten to start recording. I need to add stuff to my highlight on Instagram as well. But yeah, so today we're playing more Chronicles. And yeah. Oh yeah, and also there is, I'm just gonna quickly mention this. There is a strike going on this week. I still wanted to stream. And I still have the resources in the donation panel, and I still have, I think I still have anyways. I'm pretty sure I still have the timer command still. Yes, I do. I have it set to go off every half an hour. So yeah, so that should be coming around every half an hour. I was going to add more resources to it, but I forgot, so I'm gonna try and maybe do that either tomorrow or after stream today. Depends how long it takes us to play this and to get through this. Oh yeah, so anyways, yeah, it was my birthday on Wednesday, and I was tempted to stream on Wednesday, but then I was like, either I stream on Oswork or I build Lego, and I built Lego instead of streaming. But I am going to maybe stream on Monday instead, and just do more chatting about my birthday, and just chatting about my week, because I don't tend to chat about much about my life on Ace Attorney streams, because I just want to get through the cases. I'm going to show you I've built all my Lego sets that my dad got me, so I'm going to show you them. So this one is the... Ooh, so go. I'll get that picked up in a minute. This is the first one I built, and I showed you this last Sunday. This is the axolotl Minecraft build. I didn't show you the back. Did I show you the back of it? I think I did. It's like a little... What's inside? I don't know. Stuff off of it already. Jeez. Uh-oh. I've broken it. Let me fix it. Let me pick everything up and actually fix it. How did I do that? How did I fix? No, how did I break it even? It was, how did it go? I can't remember how it went now. Jeez. I know this like chest thing went in here, and then that went on top. This went off on top here. I should be really doing this and showing you what I'm doing. But I'm not doing that. But yeah, this is the axolotl set. I showed you guys, I think, last Friday? Yeah, it was last Friday when I built this. So, why aren't you standing on... Actually, going on the studs. Jeez, there we go. There we go. There we go. What's a random... Oh shit, wait, these are meant to go. These little... You can't tell. You can't see them. I have two little pieces that I'm supposed to... Legos like to fall apart when you don't want it to. Literally. My Legos, and a piece just fell on the floor. There it is. I literally... Welcome in, Kai, is it? Yeah, Kai. Welcome in, by the way. But yeah, I literally have a ton of Legos at my mum's, and whenever she comes into my room, one of my Lego sets is bound to break just because she accidentally knocks it over, and I'm just like, Mom, don't touch my Lego sets. Like, come on. Hopefully my other Lego sets don't break when I'm showing them to you guys. Yeah, that's the axolotl set. And then I have two other sets that I have built over the past week. Oh my god. Keeps going off my drawers when I... Let's grab this one. Hopefully it doesn't fall apart. Let's grab this as well. Yeah, these just like to... Yeah. Legos just like to fall apart when you don't want it to. exactly like that. This is the panda set. This bit closes. Ooh, fancy. Always the way. Blessed. Is it the Minecraft Lego sets I've been seeing a lot of lately? Maybe. I've actually been seeing a lot of like the Minecraft sets on my Pinterest. And I don't know if it's just me, but the other day my Pinterest board was just full of Lego. But to be fair, that's probably because I just got Lego and my phone was like, ooh, she got Lego. Let's change her Pinterest feed. And also this one is fun. You can move the head. Just have it standing up like that. I just have it sitting up like this, so you can see. So you can always see the inside of that. And I'm gonna put this back there before I accidentally break it at some point. Maybe. That is pretty cool. Why thank you. And then this bit also came with the Panda Lego set as well. It's not like attached, which I was like, I feel like it should be attached like it was with the actual Lotto set. But it's still pretty cool. And I also have a Ninjago set. This one is a very cool set. I can have all the pieces of this one. This is also one that has like multiple different like little bits to it. So this is, can't remember the name of it. Let me grab the instruction manual. Doesn't say the name of it on front. What's it called? What's this set called? It's like it's one of it's got like Sora's mech in the title of it. Don't know the specific name of this one. Yeah, this one is extremely cool because not only is it like a mech, but also it can also be transformed into like a car as well. You can't really tell because of my hands in the way. You can have it transform into like a car, which is very, very, very cool in my opinion. I just have it standing up right now because I don't want it to accidentally roll off my drawers. So yeah, and then it came with like a little like vehicle for Raptor as well, and it came with an iron figure and a little baby Ryu as well, who is just the cutest. And I don't know how to feel about Ryu's like adult design, because in like a few like trailers and like little snippets we've seen of Ninjago of this year's season, we've seen like a few clips of baby Ryu, and we're actually gonna react to Dragon's Rising like a new clip in a minute. We've actually seen like some like scenes of adult Ryu, and I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about adult Ryu. He looks weird. I mean, I know I'm gonna get used to adult Ryu eventually. He just looks weird. Okay, before we get, oh yeah, I need to pause my music. Before we actually get into playing Chronicles, we have a clip to react to on Lego's YouTube. It's like a minute long, just under a minute long. And YouTube, why do you look so weird? Let me switch to this screen. Why does it look so weird? Look, this is the recommended videos used to be on this side, and then the description and the title and the channel used to be at the bottom here. That's weird. I don't know how to feel about it. That feels weird. That feels so weird. Cause I saw this like new like browser that's what I need. Yeah, I saw this like browser update on my stepdad's like laptop like the other day, and I was like, oh, why has he got it like formatted that way? Because I was just thinking, oh, it must be a customization like option, but no, it's an update. Usually I don't have the browser in full screen. I usually have it in windowed mode, but that is so weird. Anyways, we have a new clip. So we have slide. Oh wait, do I have YouTube? unmuted. No, I do not. Okay, so here we have live. Why is he just falling from the sky? That is so weird. And then we have
What
Sora
in
and
I saw a vision of. I think they were the source dragons.
The source dragon?
Kinda, but I can't think. They
this
filled
is...
my head with like pieces of a puzzle.
This is so
It's much to process.
Why was he just
There was a
floating
metal
sky?
gate.
Is that the new YouTube look? I have mine so zoomed in due to my vision. Didn't even notice it changed. Yeah, I didn't notice it changed either because I usually have it in window mode so it doesn't show up like this. But it must be. I don't know why it's like this though. And obviously the comments will be like here, but Lego has their comments turned off. But this new YouTube look is weird. I don't think I like it because it's been like the recommended videos on the right for so long. I'm guessing it has something maybe to do with the formatting of the shorts, maybe because you could probably only fit like 2 shorts if it was still on this side. So maybe they just put the shorts tab in here and just reformatted it about to add in more shorts. At least they're trying something new, but they always get it wrong. Literally, they always get it wrong, and it's just like, this looks so weird. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. Don't think I like it at all. And also, why does it? I'm guessing those gold hands are gloves. Those feel weird because most of the time the ninja do not wear gloves. They usually just stick with the yellow hands. So seeing gold hands is weird.
Place we can learn. A teacher to seek out.
Teacher seek out? What is that?
Are you sure this is on the level? You've been out here all night, and
I think he's little sleep deprived. Little sleep deprived.
No, this was real.
Sure.
I mean,
sure.
I believe it was. I think there's an old master out there who can teach us how to fight Shatterspin. That's amazing!
Okay, I have no idea who Shatterspin is.
If it's true,
Shatterspin is the new
are you sure it's true?
villain of
as sure as I can be
season.
right now.
Shatterspin is the new villain of this season. Well, obviously, I mean, we do have Cinder as well, who is like one of the new villains. And let me turn my music back on. Cinder, I think he's like master of, I don't even know who Cinder. I barely know who Cinder is. I haven't been keeping up with the leaks. I haven't been keeping up with like the leaks and the set releases and stuff. I mean, I have the Sora one, but that's like a new set. But like, other than that, I think I have 2 new sets. That's like it. Other than like that, I haven't been keeping up with like the leaks and like the releases of like new characters and stuff. I haven't been keeping up with the leaks and stuff in a while, since like in like the past like maybe I didn't keep up with the leaks really last year. There's so many. I have always looked at the Harry Potter sets, but geez, they cost a fortune. Literally. I'm on Ninjago Twitter. I'm on like Lego Ninja, like the Lego Ninjago side of Twitter, and there was just so many people complaining about the new like set prices, and I think it's just like a general thing across the board that like the set prices have like increased. I think they just have increased like so much, like a lot, and yeah. Because it's like, yeah, I think like the other year, like maybe like last year, like not last year, like maybe 2-3 years ago, you could get like a set for like a tenner. You could get it for like 10 quid, like 10 quid. And now the cheapest set, I think the only set you could probably get for 10 quid are like the individual like flowers. That's like it. There's like, and like the cheapest like of like the other sets are probably like the small ones that are like for 15 quid, 15-20 quid. So it's like there's definitely been like an increase in set prices from Lego. Yeah, I think okay. I'm gonna get to the case in a minute. I'm gonna on Monday I might stream on Ozwork SMP. I just talk more about my birthday. I was gonna talk about more right now. Yeah, I got Lambo car set for like 20 quid at Morrison's. Jeez. They definitely have like gone up. Like they definitely have like increased like quite a bit. It's like crazy. It's crazy because I could easily get like a set for like a tenner like a few years ago. Now it's just like, oh, the individual flowers are like a tenner each, and it's just like, I kind of understand it, but like a few years ago those like individual flowers would have been more like 7 quid, and you could easily get like 2. So yeah, the Lego sets are definitely like increased. Anyways, yeah, the good old days. The good old days of Lego. The good old days of Lego. To be fair, I probably have a few sets. I've been obsessed with Lego like all my life, and I used to have like quite a few sets when I was younger. Of like the Lego Friends sets. It's gone from Lego Friends sets to being obsessed with Ninjago sets. Okay, barely anything has changed. You can buy individual bricks from Lego, but you can spend a lot by doing that. Yeah, exactly. I used to have a lot of like the sets when I was younger. I still probably have the sets, just like broken down into like their bricks and across like multiple like boxes. And those, I think those were like a decent price. Like I think probably the most expensive one was the Lego Friends cruise ship. And I'm gonna look up how much that would have cost. So, what do I have? Gonna look up how much that would have cost. Lego Friends ship price. This would have been 2013, I guess. 2013. How much was this? I mean, people are selling them for like, the highest price I can see on eBay is like 200 quid, but I know it's a lot cheaper than that. I think the average price on eBay is like 40 quid. So I think they used to be, I think the cruise ship, like the Lego Friends like Dolphin Cruiser, that must have been maybe 30 quid, I'm gonna say. And this is a lot smaller than what I remember it being. Holy crap. Oh yeah, I gave my niece and nephews one of those old red boxes with loads of brick. Holy crap. Literally. This is cheaper than not cheaper. This is smaller than what I remember it being. I remember it used to be like decently sized big. What was the biggest set? I think this is like the biggest set that I had when I was younger, the cruise ship. Like the cruiser or whatever it's called. But yeah, Lego Friends, not just for Lego Friends sets, just Lego sets in general have just increased so much. Anyways, let's get into playing more Great Ace Attorney. Let's get into playing more Chronicles. We're on the 3rd episode, The Adventures of the Runaway Room, which I have no idea what this is about. Apparently this case has like 4 parts. The first part is the investigation, and then the rest of the case I think is trials.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
These cutscenes are always so
A
funny.
murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Ooh.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Literally, yeah. Literally.
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
He's talking about Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. Literally. I love these cutscenes. Ah, it's Sato and Ryunosuke.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Yeah.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the
this.
steam locomotives.
This animation is pretty great.
This country is incredible.
You could say the same thing about my animation. Love this animation. Oh, it's like a mini anime in the game. So cool. Literally, it's so cool. This is definitely one of the improvements they've made.
This is the capital of Great Britain.
This game and I think Apologistus compared to
I'll take you
the Phoenix Wright trilogy, because in the Phoenix Wright trilogy there was like no
The
cutscenes.
Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
They had like no cutscenes in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. But now jumping from that to this game and Apologistus, it's just
students from abroad, eh?
so great.
Yes,
just so great.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
No, this is
And
amazing.
welcome to the
Jesus
centre
Christ.
of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
London. Here we go, transitioning into the gameplay. Very cool, proper Cockney accents indeed. Literally, proper Cockney accents. This is an amazing game. This is absolutely amazing. The start of these cases never fail to blow me away, honestly. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Here for a lurk. Well, thank you for the lurk, Nordic. Thank you for the lurk. A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah, there's cogs in the background and stuff. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as advised to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an advised duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yep, yeah. Which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Hopefully. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Here he is. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, It's an honor to meet you. An honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Let us converse with him. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astonished. It's astounded even, not astonished. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yeah. There's much excitement about the about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. I can't words today. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the centre of the modern world, even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this student study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. And Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honoured this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else, another lawyer from Japan, I mean? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. It's very understated. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications to say, but you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as lawyer in court before, only once as it happens, and I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Furrier. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realise it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Consumer, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I'll do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Maybe? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Okay, come on. What is it that we have to do? So what form will this test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Ugh. How do I get myself into these situations? I mean, this is the third case, and Ryunosuke has been the accused twice. So I don't know. He's almost as bad as Maya, I tell you. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Trunkheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. What do you expect? This is Britain in like, what? When is this game set? Like, I'm gonna say 1700s? No. I'm gonna say 1800s. This is England in the 1800s. And I'm pretty sure capital punishment didn't become illegal until like we literally did this in history at GCSE, but it's been like 2.5 years. It's been almost 3 years since I did GCSE history. I want to say 1930s. I want to say solely 1930s when capital punishment was illegalized. Okay, what did she say? I didn't see. Did we read what Psssttt said? Yes, we did. Okay, this is gonna annoy me. When was capital punishment illegalized? Because I remember doing this at GCSE. When was capital punishment? I don't know why, but I'm feeling it was in 1936. In 1965, the death penalty for murder was suspended for 5 years, and in 1969, this was made permanent. However, it was not until 1998 that the death penalty in Britain was finally abolished for all crimes. I thought it was the 1930s. Why did I think it was the 1930s? That's so recent. How was it that recently? That recently? Literally, it got banned in 1998. That was 2 years before my sister was born. Huh? Like, that feels weird. That feels weird. That it was banned only like how many years ago is that now? 26? Yeah, due to the fact that they sadly took the lives of innocent people. I watched a lot of crime stuff. Yeah, I swear I remember it being 19. I don't know why I thought it was 1936. And we literally did like stuff. I can't remember the specific topic at GCSE, but I remember us doing something around like the death penalty and like at GCSE. And what was his name? There was this really famous guy who, like, this really famous executioner, and he and this was at the time when it was like people were hung, and like when hanging was like the most popular method of execution. And this guy, either he had hung his best mate or he had hung someone innocent, and I think this guy was like the last person to execute someone. It was like Robert Summon. I don't remember. This is what this just shows. I haven't touched a history book in like 3 years. In like what, almost 3 years. I just do not remember this stuff like at all. Like I generally have an idea of it, but it's just like it's gone out of my brain because I've been too focused on psychology and not history. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? He's the Lord Chief Justice, of course he can. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I'd like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What did I say? Do you agree to this absurd test? We'll do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. This test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. No! We wanted to do it! Go and acquire a ticket to the passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. No, we wanted to do it! No, we'll do it! We'll do it! Yes, long stroke up. No! Reinosuke! Thank you for offering me a chance. Reinosuke! Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. But what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? Yeah, what are you saying, Sato? I think what Mr. Sato means... So no matter how badly I'd like to be recognised as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Yeah, why does it have to be like this, Lord Chief Justice? Can't you change something to give him, like, state-appointed, like, defense? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it was an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh! Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. You and Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Mr. Sato, can I just ask you something? Careful, from this position, I can perform Mr. Sato's takedown in an instant. I know, we all know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, if you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it'd better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay. Let's go. Let's go to the Old Bailey then. Ooh, this is very fancy. Very, very fancy. goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Just wait until you hear about cars, mate. Did you hear what I said to the driver when he climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favourite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why I'm so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room is for defendants to wait in his ground. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Wait a minute, did I say the sound check? I literally didn't sound check before stream, and then I remember on Sunday I didn't sound check. And then apparently I sounded like, according to Matt, I sounded like a chipmunk for like I sounded like a chipmunk. And he came in like half an hour after I'd started streaming. So he's like, how long was I sounding like a chipmunk for? Wait, let me get up the VOD from Sunday. I haven't got my stream, actually. On my phone. Let me play it. Where is it? Where is the bottom Sunday? Hello, my name is that's my channel trailer. Posts my okay, VOD from Sunday. That was the Ozwork stream. Yeah. But yeah, I sounded fine at the start of the stream. This is the full set that I was building before stream. Fine, that's watching the one on YouTube. It's about half an hour in. But yeah, so now I need to go put it on my. That's what it sounded like. I think that stopped. Did it start when I switched over to Minecraft? Even though like I use the same design he used. No. How do I have some mossy comments and stuff? When did it start? Like 15 minutes in. Okay, I was only sounding like a chipmunk for like 15 minutes. I don't know why it was making me sound like that like 15 minutes in. That was the weirdest thing that happened to me on Sunday. I don't know why it made me sound like a chipmunk. But who knows, who knows. Twitch Studio be silly sometimes. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. You know, I'm gonna put in one of my AirPods just so I can just monitor my audio. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to get sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. You're a Scotsman. What are you guys doing? Follow me here. Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are you? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, we're not... Someone is Irish, not Scottish. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Tis grand, tis grand. Let me start by giving you the 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Psssttt, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. Or what? It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye. The animations in this game are so cool. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it no strings attached. I've been wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it is a little embarrassing. The trial is about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, not even more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes. Do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? Well, no, cause they're not from London. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Oh, just next to Hyde Park, there in the centre of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. Ah, an entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's no Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the mouth of the London police, I ask you? Ha ha. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Ha. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was that? What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, that's all. That's our belief in our clients. That's the #1 rule of Ace Attorney. Believe in your clients. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Where you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Who's the fucking... Is this supposed to be like Chronicles' version of Jack the Ripper, maybe? Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barrett von Zeeks. Ah, he's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Von Zeek stands for prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation. But there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You can say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Baron von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please you make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that'll be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in that. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law wouldn't, you know. 'Tis no accident, I can assure you that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. We're just asking you what the fuck happened. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know, is I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand there alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Also, reminder, just wait, it just went in chat, but in case you're on audio only, the command just came into, the timer command just came into the chat. Remember to check out resources for Palestine. Make sure to do your daily clicks on ad.org. Donate if you can, and you know, sign petitions, do stuff like that. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. The first part of the trial. Wait, how many parts does this have then? Let's see. Because I thought it was... I thought it was an investigation and 3 parts of a trial. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, literally, it's like the shortest investigation ever. And then, yeah, we've got 3 parts of a trial. So we can try and see if we can do maybe parts 1 and then maybe part 2 of the trial, because part 3 looks like a very long part of the trial. So maybe we could see if we could do part 1 and then maybe part 2, or maybe we could do half of part 2 in the stream, and then we're going to finish it off on Sunday. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh yes, what? You look scared shitless. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I can't help it. And there is our judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shout your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. That's what, what's his face? McGilded said earlier. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tip of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded, I'm gonna turn my music down. That might be so loud. Is it loud? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn it a little bit down. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offence. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defence to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in Did you hear he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Oh well, please let me go and play McGilded part. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he could have convinced anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm well and ready. At a manner, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. I must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in the capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. I'm assuming that he thought he would be going up against Kazuma, but obviously Kazuma's dead, so he was like, oh shit, this random kid just here. I mean, he could have just like assumed that we're Kazuma I mean, it depends if he knows what Kazuma looks like or not. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as thrice-fired mason. Sorry? Thrice? 3 times. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is an autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report entered into the court record. And the photograph had entered the court record. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGildy's gloves had blood on them? Ah. We didn't specifically say they were McGildy's. They could have been, he could have just been picked them up. He just said that they were taken from his hands. Didn't say that he was actually wearing them. That wasn't good. Oh yeah, essay of the week. Video essay of the week. The Apothecary Diaries, The Sin of Ignorance, by Lachlan Star Eyes. Very good video essay. Not gonna lie, I did watch another video essay on Junji this week, but I forgot to add it to my video essay playlist. I don't know. I can't remember the title of it. So yeah. Gloves. I'm playing this note on my whiteboard. Gloves. Not McGilligan's. Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well, which will go into the court record. Okay. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers travelling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of the passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. I claim to have been asleep. 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before me in me life. I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Ah! They were McGildeds. They were McGildeds. They were McGildeds. So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Von Zeeks is just... Nuh-uh. Unfortunately, That statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Interesting. Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence, it's a case of damning evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. So yeah, we have multiple witnesses like we just did, like we had in the first case. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. Lady First. I love these pun names. I make hats for giants. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Were they all in the same omnibus? Because they said earlier that there was only 2 in the omnibus. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I guess Beppo was the one driving. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Guessing they would have been in a separate omnibus. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Oh, they were on the same omnibus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those 2 witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. But I just thought they were in the same omnibus. But how quaint. I've read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you ever travelled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved. After all, presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. So there's just an entire omnibus here. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. I need to put my new laptop on. What's the other charge? Where is it? Is that it? Is that it? I have too many charges. Too many. Yeah, I have it here. If we let it knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from on top of the omnibus. Oh, they are on top of it. Oh, and I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior of the seats from above. Oh, they are inside it, and the witnesses were on top of the omnibus. Okay. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. Well, I'm sorry you didn't know that. We didn't know that either. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. This is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Not yet, not yet. We have to do a little bit of examining. So let us see. Oh, there's blood there. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder is horrible. Let's go inside. There's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay, not planned. Ah, there's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay. Is there anything? Can I open this? This seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh. There's stuff here, there's luggage in here. This looks like all sort of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. This one doesn't have a handle though. With the skylight up there, but I want to analyze it from maybe above first, so let's head out. Have you seen enough? let's step back outside then. Yeah, let's see if we can go up. Reference. Phoenix, right? Omnibus. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on the bare woods nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so. Oh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Skylight. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Wait, would the witnesses have seen it clearly? Because if one witness was here and one witness was here, then at least one of them wouldn't have been able to see it unless they were sat on this back bench, which I doubt. So is this the roof deck? So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London Street. This is just the same thing I just said. Can I just highlight this bench? This just said they just say the same thing. Then we have, this is what the coachmaster says. And then there's nothing really else. I mean, other than maybe a few odd bits inside. Let's go back. We're gonna further examine these as well. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. But nothing will come up rumbling now, no. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was tied with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed, I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. And then there's nothing else other than the blood, I think, on these gloves, so we can go back. And then we have the picture. Why is my dad looking at me? He's asking me to turn. Eating up. I'll be right back. This other side is like right next to the room. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's just see. We have the blood. What else? We have a missing button from his jacket, so I'll break that down. That will probably be important. Missing button. I don't think there's anything really else for us to examine. I mean, maybe those are. He's wearing gloves as well. Yeah, I think that's it from that. And then the autopsy report. Between 10 and 11, once in the abdomen with a knife for journeying in an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. Let's see. Pray don't expect the Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke, focus. I don't know what this saw. Oh wait, let's see. Not gonna lie, I've forgotten what the witnesses have said.
Hold it!
Let's press him on that. That seems a little suspicious. What exactly did you see? Oh well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Well, yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. That's impossible.
Excuse me.
If I may, Mr. Fairplay, why are you forsaking on for now? The last time I repaired something when you paused for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side, one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. Talk to us, please! She's not really willing to say anything, it seems. It's none of your business anyhow. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so, help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed? I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. Ugh. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again. A little more carefully this time. Okay, it's definitely something with one of the things he said.
Hold it!
One of the things he said... I think that could have happened. And the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And when he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. We can pursue him in a bit after we've heard what he said. What? Search your heard what he said. My lord. Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like this stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something over that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. He looked like he's stinking rich. And The little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Oh shit, we've won guilty. Uh-oh. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Would it? This is precisely what I was about to say. Oh! As a former member of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Oh. With 2 for guilty. But what is happening here? Let me see. Oh yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So, if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean? Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in this jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. Alright, so when it happened, the only... This is what we just read before. Okay. We'll just right through it. Jesus fucking Christ! I have to go all the way through again. We could press the witnesses for more information.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, so that's right. That's right, so yes. Episode code it was freezing, in fact.
Excuse me.
Shit. I pressed pursue for fair play again when I didn't really have to. I don't want to go to. I just want to go to. I don't want to go to. I don't want to. I just want to go back to the first statement. Why won't it let me to go back to the first statement? And I have to go through the whole dialogue again. This is probably the only downgrade from the Phoenix Strike trilogy that I can see. That we can't easily go back to previous winner statements. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus. Of course, though, not. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right, sir. No passengers like that. None. None of these guys seem to be suspicious. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say the boss insists on it running. He does every evening that last bus of the day. I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home and just trying to warm up again. Wait, they weren't sat next to each other. They weren't sat next to each other. Let's go back to that second testimony again. Let's go back to that second testimony again. sat next to each other on the inside of the bus. That was not correct. There reveals a damning inconsistency, that last statement. Then what you say? So look at you, Council. I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiration. God, it seems to me that is they weren't sat next to each other, no. They were sat across from each other. There's no way they could have been sat next to each other, though. You invited, sir.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sat up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There's a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's no shudder down reminder that it was Mr. McGilded. That is not McGilded, though. They don't wear the same suits. How could you be so sure? Or how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of a rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord, if you forgive the interruption. Juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Oh. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Hold it. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. We fucked this trial up, haven't we? Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press through these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may very well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something. We must give us a way to fight back. But alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Okay.
Hold it!
You stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I was thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then it happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. Gloom sight indeed. Ah, I don't have it at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious than Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. We only had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yeah, yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. That's it, the very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is lasered prominently with a certain initial, the letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Oh, please no. From Lapis perhaps, or McGilded possibly? Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in this.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling. The murder weapon added to the court record. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. I take it that you two, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of the murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, so I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep it out of mind for a little longer. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Now, I'll have 2 more parts of this case. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. Too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Majority vote. Please take pity on me. Please, 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 please. I have juror number 6. Yes, sir. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaving? Well dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park is called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always been doing wonderful things, isn't he? That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Well then, maybe go to the McGilded Public Library and later borrow some more books. Yeah, he's done a lot of shit. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Please do tell. Please. Pray to tell. No, like it will make our case any worse. What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? The client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the Crows. McGilded lends money to extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hopes of repaying him. So he's a loan shark. So he's, you know, another Don Tigre. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard of any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It'll come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist, pretender Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
Susato couldn't clutch. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato, you claimed that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. Where's the evidence to support your claim? Yeah, where's your fucking evidence, Van Zeeks? Just sit there and drink wine. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court floor. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? He reminds me of Godot with his coffee. But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humour. I'd heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defence, I am simply doing my job. What pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all the monies loaned by the accused. You find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvellous toast, I'll gladly accept this new evidence. That's his ledger. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Wait, was guineas like an actual, like, currency? Guineas currency. A guinea was worth £1 and 1 shilling. This is the same as £1 5 pence in money. Because a guinea was close to a pound, putting prices in guineas made the price seem less. A price of 39 guineas might look like about £39. Okay, I thought it would be more. I thought that would have been more expensive, if I'm being honest. Okay, and then I guess the 1 shilling was like 5p. Let's check this Discord thing. Yeah, old money is good. And the accused made quite certain he had ample confidence. Well, that one was. Well, you would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, this is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel. Uh-oh. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. What Wait a minute, let's think about this a little bit more before I stand for nonsense. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict is over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. A footnote? However, the defense... let us hear what Psssttt has to say. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement on this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Psssttt, come in clutch, please. You're the one who has the encyclopedia. Miss Psssttt, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense. What did you say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination.
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure I mentioned. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So, give it a look. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment and I'll read it about it. You demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in time gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. When that procedure became something of a formality, with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. So technically, we can still use it. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do you assert our right to carry it out and admit defeat? Assert our right. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Submission examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's position is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Farman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there's no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. How do I hold with all this justifying lark? That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings. The juror's contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stood the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised the prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Wait, didn't Juror 2 say that it was 20 pence? Not 4? I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Come on, Ryunosuke, we can do this. We can do this, Ryunosuke. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully farmed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Some of their statements are kind of contradictory. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh, I was going to have to fill their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. You're pleased to sell excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they become. And what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry, do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front. The truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in this courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh. Yes, I suppose you're right. Find the contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can I start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Okay, we got this. Jury examination. Let's save before this. Let us save. No, that's not the right thing. Options. Save. Right here. Oh, this is part 2 of the trial. I didn't even realize. Is it trial part 2? Oh, I didn't even realize. Let me look it up. Let me see. I thought this is part 1. Does this have more parts than I realized? Because on this website I'm on, it says there's only 3 parts to the trial. We can do the later parts tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Sunday. Sad to see. Alright, let's see. I'm on Fandom Wiki. Why is Chrome freezing right now? Okay, so apparently, trial part 2 is apparently decently short. It's like the last part of the summation examination. So, oh, I think we're actually quite close to the end of part 1 actually. So yeah, just gotta get to the end of this submission examination. There was no one else inside the carriage. Wait, who was it that said it? It was the guild member. It was this guy. It was 5. 5 against 2. Hit against.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's name and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following: the fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paid 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, one person's fare. One person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there's another passenger we've heard anything about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachman and the guild are good, honest men, and all trustworthiness is our watch. Whatever he said. What did he say? Watchword. The figures your coachman claims will certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news how one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets the nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Well, according to my book here, we simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We are all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Ugh, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. 2 versus 4. I love a Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh really? I for one think it's the only it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If you manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, you can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike next. So you need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they're still way heavier on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue your summation examination. Changing my leaning to innocence, I should like to hear what the slip-shot bookkeeper has to say for himself. Good, Beppo. This trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption of the TSA. On the floor. This guy, wait, her testimony is different from his. Because on the floor versus next to him,
Objection!
hit them against each other. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. How dare me? I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. You say it's for your grandchild, you liar. What is all this claptrap? What is contradictory, may I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, during number 3, what? Can you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? How want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well dear. As far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fella next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What muddle? Wait. I swear I thought this. This thing. What is it? That my Spotify, that my music was just not doing its thing. Not musicking at all. Bless my stitches, one muddle, but it's just really quiet. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. Why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Glad you say, oh dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. 3 versus 3. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all of this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if the 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events? What of it? Let's say the Sherlock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Sherlock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. But what's to say it didn't happen like that? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? Ooh. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean the other option. I just pressed space without even thinking. It's true. I didn't mean that. What again? There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I'm trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sato? I think you should have a look through the court record. You see? This evidence makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. How did I miss that? Thank you, Susato! Thank you. Unfortunately, Mr. Barman. What is it you don't think is coming out with it? Thank you, Susato, you are. Susato is the real MVP. Susato. We love Susato. Susato is great. Is that a question? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's all I want to see. I said the 2 witnesses that saw 2 witnesses at the same time. You said that's a question, show me proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with some evidence that he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. But I'm looking at that site again to see if I did actually click the right thing. Where is it? Where's it? Why is it taking so long? Where's Chrome? Being a fucking dickhead. Why is it taking so long? Jeez. Why is Chrome being the worst thing ever? Chrome is the worst. I should really change over to like Firefox or something. Let me see. Improve. I think the only thing we can uh-oh. I selected the wrong option. Wait, can I go back to autosave? Is that was 27? I'm going back because I don't think don't think I could. I don't think I pressed the right option. Oh, this is. Wait, that was my last proper save. 32. Okay. That. Okay. I just have to keep putting them against each other. I know which options to choose.
Objection!
Just speed through this because I know I clicked the wrong option in that bit. Come on, come on. Yeah. I want it. I want to do this thing. I know which ones to put against each other. Why did I save after the first? Why did I save after the first? First time I put the jurors against each other. That would have saved a lot of time. Instead of me just panicking.
Objection!
Why is this taking so long? I would be able to speed through it if it was in. If we were in. Speed it through it. Okay. What's the thing? What's the thing? These cutscenes are cool. The animations are very cool. It's out of the question. It's out of the question. That they saw two versions of the same crime. But let me see. Let me see the court record. Single stab wound to the abdomen. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you doctors? Come on, out of it. What are you suggesting is impossible? It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realise that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So what's your evidence, man? That's what I want to say. I say the witnesses saw two different moments at the same time. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Let me show you some proof already. Uh-oh. Thank you, Nordic! Hello! Hello, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, Soul Cursed. Welcome on in. Hello, everyone else who came over from Nordic's chat. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How's your stream, Nordic? How was it? How was your stream? My stream was great. I'm glad to hear it. It's gonna shut up him a lot. You know what? Completely fair. Completely fair. We are playing through a case. Yeah, so God's gonna embody. So today we're playing through the adventures of the Runaway train. This is a trial from the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we are on the first part of the trial, and currently we are talking to the jury and saying like, hey, the stuff you are saying, the reasons behind why you think the defendant is guilty don't match up with each other, and maybe due to some misinformation, or there may be some other evidence that we are ignoring. So that is what we are going to do. We just got, let me look at the history. So at this current moment, juror number one was like, hey, what these two witnesses who kind of gave the misinformation for the jury were like, hey, maybe they told two different versions of events, when we kind of know that couldn't have happened because of the stabbing of the killing of the victim, because this is a murder trial, by the way, and the victim was stabbed, and this juror is basically implying, hey, maybe you stabbed twice, maybe these two witnesses saw two separate stabbings of the same victim. But we know that couldn't be correct, because in the autopsy report it says that he died because of hemorrhaging due to one stab wound. Anyways, I'm going to get through the rest of this part of the trial. I think we're towards the end of part 1 of the trial, and then I'm probably gonna do parts 2 and 3 on when I next stream on Sunday, if you guys are willing to join me then. Yeah, I think we'll be completing on Sunday we'll be completing the jury section of this. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And yeah. let's get back into the case. Thank you again, Nordic, for the raid. How's your stream going then? It's quite fun. It's going quite fun, actually. I did accidentally choose the wrong choice for one of the questions. For one of the questions, it was like we had to choose 2 options. One was like, oh yeah, there could have been 2 people at the crime scene, and that's a lie. One of the options was like, oh, that is the journey and it happens. Yeah. One of the options was like, oh, it's possible that the witnesses saw 2 different events of the crime scene, and another option was like, no, it's out of the question. There's no way they saw 2 different events of the crime scene. Someone must be lying. And so I had to go back into a previous save and just spam quick click through the dialogue just to get back to this point. I mean, to be fair, I made the last save 20 minutes ago, so it was quite a bit of dialogue, but we managed to get out. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. A According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen, Mr. Mason being the victim, only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Why did this guy bring a knife to court? Alright, I concede defeat. This is like, what? 4 out of 5 jurors, I think? That have said innocent, that have changed their vote. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. Yeah, 4 jurors. We've done it now. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Why are you playing that, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the trap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. I don't even know if it's Zeeks or Zykes. Some of the names in this game, I'm just like, how the fuck do you pronounce that? And a lot of the words even, I'm like, oh, how the fuck do I pronounce that? Having savoured the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice. Why the fuck did you crush your chalice? That was made of glass. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Yeah, it was made of glass. Did that not hurt? Dude. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is it cold in here? Or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honoured a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. He's taking off his cape. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it is Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you are attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examinations. Witness testimony. I'm looking back on that thing. I think we're on part 2. I think we are on part 2, yeah. It just hasn't gone to a to be continued screen. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But, well, everyone was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fitted us on the fare he did, and I saw that blood curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Council, make sense of this for me. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, guide master. The guide's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish action. Why can't I speak? Selfish actions. That is a very simple word that I know I can say. I just words have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, if I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week, what? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I'm gonna save here and see what it says, what part we are on. So to options, save. Alright, it says we're on part 2 of the trial. So that is what I'm gonna actually just before the let's just double save just to make sure it's all completely saved and go and quit the game. That's why I'm going to end stream as of today. On Sunday we're going to start off with doing the cross-examination for the witness testimonies, and yeah, so let's see who is live. I'm gonna raid the Chaco Tato. Not Tato. Taco. I know how to read. Yeah. I know how to read. This is what happens every time I play Ace Attorney. My words just don't come out properly. This is just what happens. This is just what happens when just bleh. And so yeah. They're playing Fortnite. So yeah, let's go raid. Let's go to raid screen. So yeah, slash raid the Taco. And yeah, hope you have enjoyed this stream. Thank you again to Nordic for the raid. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. Follow all my socials. They're in the panels. They should be all down below. If not, they're in commands. Hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I shall see you guys on Sunday for more Chronicles. So yeah, bye bye guys, bye bye. Actually, put the product down because I cannot be bothered downloading the VOD from Twitch. I can never be bothered just downloading it from Twitch or like directly exporting it from YouTube from Twitch. So I might as well just record it now and just have it, so I can just immediately upload it from my computer and just immediately upload it to YouTube like after the stream. And yeah, so we're playing My Satanic Chronicles, continuing the what is it? I need to send my music down. That was what I was gonna do. We're continuing the, because I always turn my music up during the starting screen, or well, it was now this screen, which was switching game. I used to switching games. This is the screen I use to record my stuff on. Because I just use Twitch Studio. Might as well just use Twitch Studio for both recording and streaming. But yeah, we're continuing. What case are we continuing? The Adventures of the Traveling Room. I think that's the name of the case. The Adventures of the Runaway Room. The Adventures of the Runaway Room. That's the case we're continuing today. That's the case we're continuing today. And yeah, I'm gonna get straight into it, and then I might stream tomorrow. Might stream a little bit of Minecraft tomorrow, and just do a whole load of rambling. A whole load of just rambling. Just a whole load of rambling about stuff while I couldn't finish a build that I started building last week, or last Sunday. So yeah. So yeah, let's get back into Chronicles. So load game. So from what I can remember, we finished like the jury section, and we should be now on to witness testimony. We're on our cross-examination. So let's read back through this, because it's been a couple of days since I last streamed this. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Ah yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. What do you mean you think so? Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? But that couldn't have been true. Oh yes, that's right. This guy looks a little bit shocked. Let's pursue him. Mr. First. Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Hello, Nordic. Welcome on in, Nordic. How is Olive Chat doing today? Oh, not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir, I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Mr. Naruhodo, even though witnesses can see what's going through your mind, you really must be more careful. I wish it were that simple. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. I'm doing good. Had dinner out with Dad today and have had a really chill Sunday so far. I'm glad it was quite a chill Sunday. Chill Sundays are the best type of Sundays, in my opinion. It's like the day before like work or like school or anything. For me, it's like day before my brain goes into school mode and I have to I have to do more of my uni assignments and blah 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 blah, and I have driving lessons. So yeah, chill Sundays are the best. What did you have for dinner? What did you have for dinner? I must know. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear... Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the lurk, Kai. Thank you. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening fit. And thank you for the lurk, Chicken Nugget. Thank you for the lurk. But we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay. What do you mean? Let's carry on that. Let's carry on that train of thought, eh, Beppo? So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them for this. Charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? This guy's just like staring at. Look, he's so pissed that he got charged 5 pence instead of 4. Look how pissed he is. And let me see. What is 4? Let's see. I'm gonna see. First of all, I want to see when is greatest eternity. When is greatest eternity? Chronicles set. Near the end of the 19th century. So, like, I'm gonna say 1890s. So, like, at the dawn of the 20th century. So, I'm gonna say 1890s. So, what is 4 pence? From the 1890s worth now. Thank you, Stormy Edria, for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hello, welcome on in, Taylor Queen. Hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Let me see. I can just look out. Ace Attorney, yeah, Ace Attorney. Howdy, I'm lurking. Have a wonderful stream and day. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurks, guys. Thank you for the lurk, Stormy and Nordic. What is? Okay, I've got this like calculator up. So how about 4p? So 4p. I'm sorry, but is that a panel for Palestine resource donations? Hell yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. I have a full page down in the donations panel. I have a Wattpad page down there, and it's got like Palestine donations and like resources for like Yemen. I just put some on for Palestine and Yemen on before the stream, like maybe an hour ago, and like a ton of other stuff as well. I love you so much right now. I just hopped in. Okay, why thank you, Tita Queen. Why thank you. Okay. So 4 pence. So 4 pence. The reason I'm looking at 4 pence, by the way, is that in this case, like some of the this guy Beppo, he's like a bus driver, and the standard rate for like bus drivers for like a bus ticket is like 4p, and he charged like I think he either and that day he from this one like ride he earned 20p, and so either on this like one ride, on its like last ride of the day, he either had 5 passengers or he charged 4 passengers 5p. I'm gonna see. So 4p, and this game is set like it's like set late 1890s or like early 1900s. So I've just put in the value of 4p from 1890 to 2024. 4p in 1890 is equivalent to £6.44. Jeez. And then let's look at what 5p is. 5p. £8.5. Okay, now I understand why they're pissed. First of all, £6, like £6 is already an outrageous price for a bus ticket. Like the highest I would pay for a bus ticket would be like £4. And even then, like paying like £2 extra, getting charged like almost £2 extra for a bus ticket is outrageous. It's fucking outrageous. It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. What is it, Van Zeeks? What are you on about? Okay, yeah, he had to pay 5 pence. Let's ask him specifically what first saw. Let's ask what specifically first saw. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. What? I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. What? You... I'm gonna punch this guy in the fucking face. I'm gonna punch first in the fucking face. Goodness gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I had the banker gent next to me to take a sharp intake of breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife, though, I can't help screaming, even when eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Let's question him more about what he actually saw. So he saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I saw, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? You would know. There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then, what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars on me. So I couldn't work out why it was. It's something about Fairplay. Oh, we can go back. I just have to use the scroll wheel. Is that everything I said before? So let me see. I want to look through the evidence. I haven't looked through it. Okay, so we have the armband, Marinosuke inherited from Kazuma. We don't need that. That's literally like the attorney's badge from the Phoenix Wright trilogy. That doesn't do anything. That barely does anything. Then we have the autopsy report. Stabbed once in the abdomen. So I understand why he said like, oh, stabbed in the belly. That's like roughly around the same place. So no contradiction really there. With a knife while journeying in an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Yeah, stabbed. Here's a crime scene photo. Here's a missing button here. Which I put on my whiteboard as like a note. I don't know why. I don't know why, but this hat reminds me of First's hat. I don't know why though. We have to stab wound with the knife. Then we have the gloves. which we've pretty much already examined the blood stain. Yeah, we've got everything examined there. Then we have the omnibus. Let's go back. Let's go inside the omnibus. I don't know if I can't remember if I've examined everything in the omnibus. So we have the bloodstain now, which we examined. We examined under the sea last stream. Then we have this. Ah, that's supposed to be for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower is under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. And then up there we have the skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Is there anything else? There's this. That's a poster for the Great Exhibition that she's out now. That's basically what we just said when we looked at the other poster. Is there anything else? There's the blood stain, which I'm gonna look at again. That's blood that's soaked into the sea. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that sea would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Through the skylight, of course. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Yeah. Yeah. This seat has a handle, it seems. And then there's all the storage for the driver. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horse shoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Yeah, it doesn't seem very convenient. And where the coachman, where the coachman, where what's his face, Beppo would sit. We have, you know, reference. That might be a reference. 418, I'm not sure. What other? And then we've got London 5th Avenue. I don't think there's any more clues on here, really. And then we've got the murder weapon, which we can examine. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot that. I forgot that we had Kazuma's katana. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That's blood, alright. That's blood, alright. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victims. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else to wait. An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Not MacGyver. Why did I just was about to say MacGyver? I've never even seen MacGyver. Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure I feel like that's a reference. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Yeah. Do we have any, like, characters whose initials are W in this case? Let me look at the can I look at the profiles? Can I look at the profiles? I don't think I can, actually. That is ledger. We haven't examined this yet, actually. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know of any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps, Sherlock Holmes. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not even everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this, do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay! The witness testifying at this very moment! Come on, Ryunosuke! We are literally doing a witness testimony. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. This could be very useful information. Okay, I don't think there's anything else we can examine in this debtor's notebook. Tell you. Let's present the debtor's ledger, maybe, to this one. Let's just set implications for that statement for a moment, shall we? We got penalty for that, didn't we? What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it. Exactly, there's nothing striking about it. What does strike me is your prosperity for your name, however. Ugh, I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. I'm not sure about this, actually. I'm not too sure about with this. I'm not too sure about let me see. Let me have a little cheeky look. I need help on this with this testimony.
Hold it!
So he saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there's only two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? Yeah, something with fair play. It's something with fair plays. Oh shit. Yeah, it's something with fair plays. Let's go back to fair plays. Let's go back to that fifth one and try and pursue him then. I'm not gonna lie, this pursuing, I'm not too used. I think we should have gotten like more of an in-depth tutorial on this pursue mechanic. Wait, oh wait, we did, didn't we? We did get a tutorial from Psssttt about the pursue mechanic. Let's see, it's this fifth one.
Hold it!
So let's press him on this testimony. Can I pursue him? I can't pursue him on this. Let's have a look. Oh wait. Can it? It says here to pursue fair play when he reacts. I can't tell when he reacts though. Let me see. What? Maybe just being fucking stupid. Oh shit! Wait.
Hold it!
I'll have to see. Uh-oh. Why is Chrome lagging? Where's Chrome? Let's see. Why is Chrome being Chrome? Oh, we have to pursue on the third statement. Where's the fifth statement? To pursue we're good in the line. Wait. Wait. I'm on the wrong bit. I'm on part 3. I'm supposed to be on part 2. I've been stuck on this back. My phone died. Welcome back, Tita Queen. I'm so struggling on this one. Press on the fifth statement, then pursue. Press on the fifth statement. Press on the statement. Oh wait. Oh wait. I want this is the false statement. This is the wrong statement that I'm pressing on. I knew I was confused. I've been stuck on this for 35 minutes. Oh my god, I was on statement 4 the whole time, not statement 3. Not statement 5 even. Earlier you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. That's when I turned around. Yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing. That!
Excuse me!
That makes more sense. Go on, that's so obvious now that I know what to do now. There's something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay. Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened? Could he have had just Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No way! He was driving the cab when the crime was committed. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do all that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed him? They weren't exactly blood-soaked though. Let's just pretend the gloves. Blood-soaked? Hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGill, did on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-coloured stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent with the evidence. but no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then? Yeah, you can't fool the jury. That's right, you're quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Yeah, exactly, Fairplay. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. I don't know why I was about to merge the words testimony and question together. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that the witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. Nah. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, the debtor's ledger, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. We have evidence. It's the debtor's ledger. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. The debtors.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a dare. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you in fact never saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Dude, stop biting on your staff, that must fucking hurt. Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. These guys definitely have Cockney accents. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? I thought you committed perjury, mate. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did. Overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? Oh, it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. What is it first? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. Yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just the one. What? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself clear? Yes. This guy, man, this guy. Mr. Naruhodo. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Witness testimony. Okay, I think we're about halfway through the second part. I think. And then we've just got part 3 to do. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have seen. Really? I doubt that. I highly doubt that, if I'm being honest. Well, lo and behold, in truth or fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there's no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's account. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination time. I think it's that last statement. It's that last statement. Which I'm gonna be like, was there actually only 2 people in that last bit? In like the in the cabin? I know. Let's go to. There was someone saying it. Was it? First? It was either first or fair play. It was fair play. Why are we being so hard on fair play, man?
Hold it!
Yeah. Might as well. And everything he saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public boat service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these 2 witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin from the skylight? Maybe not. Maybe not. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin throughout the skylight and the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You'll identify the area on the cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in that omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Well, so since these seats are sitting this way, I know this way, then Fairplay would have, and oh my god, my camera is so bright. It's so bright, oh my god. Then obviously the Fairplay and First would have been sat here, looking down, and so they wouldn't have been able to see these seats.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, It's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible someone's sitting there. Your Nipponese has a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger whom you elude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Maybe? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was outside from the witnesses on the roof deck? Maybe McGilded? I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. Yep. Yeah. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin as obscured from view was. This is our profile section that I mentioned earlier. I don't understand why we can't just easily switch between profiles and like physical evidence like we can in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and I think you can do it in Apollo Justice. We'll have to see next week when I stream case 2. But here we have every character in this case so far, excluding Ryunosuke and the judge. But we have some of the main figures. So we have Susato Mikotoba, our judicial assistant. Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. Magnus McGilded, our defendant. Baron von Zeeks, the prosecutor. Thrice Fired Mason, the victim. Beppo, the driver of the omnibus. Bruce Fairplay, the banker. And Thirst, the other witness. So I'm gonna present McGilded as the other passenger. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
What? That could have set fire, mate. Why did you do that? If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive my discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant was sitting side by side. But as you can see, that's not what... Can I get up? Can I get... people, yes. That's not what McGilded wears. As you can see, he has like a purple suit with like a pink bow tie. And you would be able to tell if this was purple and like a pink bow tie. Like this is like a pink like scarf. Let me get up the victim. Oh, I know, it's like a dull, like brownish pink. But you would be able to, you would probably be able to tell. You would probably be able to tell. And I cannot remember if it was wearing a waistcoat. I think he was. But you would be able to tell. You would be able, I mean, they are wearing the same clothes, just not the same color clothes. But you would be able to tell, like, that this was McGilded based on, you know, the color of his clothes. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But you didn't see his face, so you can't say 100% that it's McGilded. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yeah, we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the golden remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the event is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, what exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The top of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. What particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Do you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose that fact. Unless, that is, you're proposing an even more preposterous explanation, that the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he travelled. You know what? That's a fair point. That's a fair point from the prosecution. He's right. If there was another person travelling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made his full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Yes, we should. Yes, we should. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Ah yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favourite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. I love the little lady. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Let's go. Let's go. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Look at this guy, and you actually can't tell if he has a waistcoat on, which is unlike in the can we see him? We can't see him in the crime scene photo, but in the other photo that was shown, not too long ago, I forgot, I didn't really read what it says. It showed that the guy sitting next to the victim had a waistcoat on, and we can't tell if McGilded has a waistcoat on because he has his suit jacket button up. To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defence. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no. It is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded. Yeah, what's going on, McGilded? The fine fellow represented me is absolutely right. In the carriage in the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? McGilded! What the fuck? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. And you'd be having a very good reason, I assure you. This man for sure is a novice. Which was, well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm not in any way involved, you see. A child? What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have ordered her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. Well, because she's been arrested since and you've not been in public. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court, or we cross-examine them with evidence. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak and listens to the proceedings. What? Oi, what the fuck? Smell! It's like, some shit is getting away. After them. It's no use! I can't see anything by the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. What the fuck? I knew that wine would do something. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the cabin. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. We have one more part, I believe. Save progress. Yes, trial part 3. We have trial part 3 left. What, you know what would have happened if I had streamed this last week instead of Apologist this last week? This would have been super funny if this was streamed on the 18th instead of this week. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of things ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. I'm just going to turn my mic down a little bit. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who was she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk. For what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, Oh wait. Fairplay did say that he was charged 5 pence. So the math is no longer mathing. According to coachman Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We're going straight away. Unless the young girl was like Beppo's a door or something, and he just like let her on for free or something. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. Imagine if it's like Pavlova or something from the last case. But then again, wasn't she dropped off in Hong Kong after the last case? I don't remember. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. Yes. Okay, we have our witness. We have our what's his name? McGilded. Ah, okay. This isn't Pavlova. I was like, oh, this might be Pavlova. But I don't think it is Pavlova. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night. It is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what happened that night. I'm putting the 20p on the board because the math to remember that for later. It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information and everything. Witness testimony! Yeah! On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and probably got it off. Oh yeah, do we have any W names that came with that would have been on the sword? Because if you remember from earlier, It said an M on the sword, like an engraved initial, but also that like it could have been flipped over and said W. So do we have? And we don't have the girl in the. We don't have the girl in the profiles as of yet. So we'll have to see if one of her initials is W, maybe, and maybe that's her. Maybe that's her knife. Maybe I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Begora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? Maybe she's just like a stowaway, like Ryunosuke was last case. 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. I have no idea where to start either with this cross-examination. We could just start by like pressing stuff, I guess. Let's save first here though. Back. Okay, we have 5 pieces of. We have 5 statements. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not, no. There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye. That's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which a poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it tastes the most comfortable, where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sad noise. So I think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the ground, falling to the floor even, having been stabbed. Well now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there was a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes.
Hold it!
You set him up, the victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor, now would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. So I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, our Lord Van Zeeks. Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Ready to plug me in the room, please? Which charger is it? It's this one. What is it, McGilded? Well, now as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. That got you. The business of lending money at exorbitant exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. And some would even see me dead. Listen, I need to concentrate. Listen. So I do try, where all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heaven's alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had in mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard this at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you took the cut that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found that there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around the inside. And that's when I found her. We already had a thorough look inside earlier.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and set her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Is that young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. Thirst, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. Begilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage outside. This is getting kind of insane. It is certainly plausible, but like the pieces are fit in like kind of together. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realised something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She doesn't have a W in her name then. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you'll answer the question. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? She's gone. Ah, the girl, she's gone. That's what I just said. Open your eyes. She's there. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner so she knifed the gen. Go on, that's what's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Gina, please. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do you know why that with that thing in my direction again? He's pouring himself another glass of wine. So, you admit that you were riding in that omnibus on the night in question? It is alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Ah, he's Irish. This court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. Fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGill did. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Because he would have saw her. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. Well, wait, he was asleep, wasn't he? I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. Oh right, she wouldn't have been able to go out. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes. It disappeared just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if her young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realised your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. You got one more innocent? We just need to convince the juror with the typewriter. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clear at the truth every time. Oh, now she's There we go. 6 innocents. 6 not guilties. Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo, this well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Fuck off, Zeeks. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington or offence, pray do discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness puts it, was included in their investigation. And what did they find? What did Scotland Yard find? The compartment on the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. There must be an explanation for that. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Yeah, that must have been put back. Order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How is this all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks? He is kind of desperate. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the statement of that little compartment and the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I can remember, at least. Well, I first examined the compartment. I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it. Yes. Are you sure, counsel? I'll be whisked. Why are you saying that, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilden. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. Now the court must consider the fact. Now their cubbyhole under the seat is that their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? I don't feel like something's not right here. I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. The money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh. Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh! It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Uh-oh. Wrong choice, wrong choice, wrong choice, wrong choice, wrong choice, wrong choice, wrong choice. That was the wrong choice. Right, so I must conquer her. Uh-oh, uh-oh. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. So, 3 jurors are no longer on our side. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Wait, what's the other achievement for this case? I keep forgetting about the achievements. Completion of the episode 3, and for having identified the milliner responsible for the victim's hat in this episode. That's it. Don't even know what that means, honestly. Yeah, don't even know what that means. Cross-examination. Let's have a little look for it. Let us save you. Oh, it says she snuck aboard, so she wouldn't have paid. So she snuck aboard, so she wouldn't have paid for that. Stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses. Right, always a time. I've got nothing to show for me troubles at night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. I'm so glad my nature got me scared. This is rough on me. I'm just gonna press this one. Let's just start pressing this one. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a job. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look at the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. Are you a pickpocket, not a butcher? I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see. So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you won't be able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Zobson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanour. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. But then I felt the cushion over me I'd get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? I guess you did. Yeah, I saw it. You saw what? What did you see? What did you see? I pushed the curtain and had a quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up and the bloke had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then, the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. Let's have a little gander at the. Let's press on these first two, because we did it in a weird order. So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run then? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob then, eh? That's a dumb idea, innit? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Can you refrain from entertaining her tenants? Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified, and 1 that was scapegrace riding for free. The red cock of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's why I slip into the carriage and get myself in and under the seat. And that's as easy, right? The hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach. No. Yeah, there's brushes, buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived on the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems to have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. So we don't know what happened with all the stuff in the compartment, basically.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own in the God permit, at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you just say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events were unfolding in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Okay, let's go back to that 5th one.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff I was. You dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Yeah, that sounds a bit gross. Both me hands got covered in blood. Oh! Oh! That! That makes more sense. That makes more sense about what First and what's his face? First and Fair Play. That's about what First and Fair Play like saw. They saw Gina's hands, not Magilded's. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. Magilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, no one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure it would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. What is it?
Hold it!
Let me have a look at this one again. So you couldn't see it out into the cabin at all. No, Joe, most days. Truth is.
Well, no.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Magilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment was made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lasses at all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm so scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yeah. What should we make of that last statement of hers? What was the last statement? Okay, what's the Irishman? Snoring. I'm gonna say it's important. My lord. I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. Because she would have heard, what's his face? She would have heard the victim, like, falling onto the ground. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work for me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you're straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the curtain up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so you wouldn't notice me. And Mr. McGill sat in the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve it? Eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was ready to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see. But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So just had to stay put and listen to I'm driving his pigs to the market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we could draw from that? I wonder. It doesn't add up. From what we know. Miss Lestrade, what you have just cut to the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So, Van Zieks realised it too. Yep. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence of some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring. But think, Mayunosuke, think. There's something else you should have heard. Sure, person. Let's present the victim. Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. It sounded very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. It was Mason. The thrice-fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear. It had the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding that omnibus. Oh yeah, boarding it. Order, explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGill. That I was. Now, so was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you meant. That's what you mean. Yeah, I saw it. Saw him get on, remember? Then a crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what was heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Yeah, exactly. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks. Yes. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. What? What are you worried about, mate? It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably to me. Impeccably. This witness and her colourful statements. are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead, right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl's a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Who? Oh! Why is she playing guilty? She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I kind of bad liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Ew, that's not good. Not good at all. Ugh. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. How many glasses of wine is that? Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Abaddon? This is carnage. It's perfect. Jury number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel, I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time as testified by the witness in the stand, and yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. There was another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows, fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening to which, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. My brain is not braining tonight. Brain not braining. To be fair, it's 9:30. Also, I tend to go to bed late, so. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which he proposed the victim entered the cabin? let's say here.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may be large enough for someone to pass
Objection!
through. So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support it? What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? Addle-brained fairy. Both Mr. McGilded and Mr. Strange said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. Yeah, no one person made mention of such events in their testimony, unless the rooftop passengers are the real killers. Well, yes, that's true, but... May a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but them hiding it. Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree? Fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Just to what extent are you insinuating here, you belitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter. Why are you insinuating? This game has such goofy animations sometimes I swear. This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. Me, a very, very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's I protest in the strongest possible terms. I mean, I don't really know about First, but Fairplay has a pretty compelling evidence to say, not to say that he murdered that white. I mean, technically he could have murdered. Okay, let me rephrase. He does have some kind of compelling evidence to maybe why he murdered Mason. What he could have done is he was like, I owe a debt to McGilded. I don't want to pay it off. I can't pay it off. So what I'll do is I'll get on this omnibus, I'll get on the roof, murder a guy, which capital punishment, which this time capital punishment, capital punishment was like the punishment for murder. So obviously he would have had his debts just like wiped. So fair play, murdered the guy with the help of First, and like pushed him down through the skylight into, you know, the cabin. And that would have been evidence enough, being, you know, that McGilded being the only one in the cabin, you know, other than Gina, but Gina couldn't have possibly done it because she would have been, you know, stuck in the compartment in which, you know, McGilded was sat on top of. So the only possible person who could have been accused was McGilded. So yeah, that's right. I protest too about you rotten scoundrel. Look at him, he's just laughing his head off because it's just like, this is just absurd. Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seemed to fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rushed to push this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. Yeah, get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fella. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! Testify! What's happening, Mr. Narhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are... They're in a complete frenzy. Testify! 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 Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord, you will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment. I don't know how to pronounce that. Indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keeping pushing forward. Witness testimony, yeah. Ooh. We were the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. There's no reason to kill that man. The skylight was shut the entire time. I tell you, we couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the The two witnesses share no common feelings. But I don't trust coppers anymore than I trust the stinking rich. This one says A gap all the way. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favour, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defence, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. So no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie, without doubt you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fellow, and ask. Do you have any evidence at all? Ah. 'Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. Maybe if you're in cahoots with each other, maybe.
Hold it!
So, you've never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, I mean, no, once, never. You'd never met the man before, he said, never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who are inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
What is it? What is it, McGilded? Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. Why are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. An unconscionable rate of interest. You trust me, it's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do mean making hats for a living, do you not? Then that there top hat decided on your head, is that one of your own creation, sir? Oh well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the proper fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you, they like a distinctive touch. Customers. Such as Thrice-Fired Mason. Ah! There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence. For my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? I literally said that earlier about the hat. Oh, that reminds me of Firsts. That's one of my hats. Aye, that is. So it was seen the brickmaker was a customer of yours. You saw a customer, I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that those two fellows here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. Ugh. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGildy's certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. And I just got the Hat Hunter achievement for identifying this guy.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block view in a minute. Oh, I'd love to see you try. He's going to lose his block view in a minute. That's what he said. I would love to see you try as well, mate. Take a look for yourself. Go on. Except there's a latch there. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. There's a latch there, you can open it clearly. So it is, of course, a fellow of the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it. Still and all. What? Just looking at the size of that thing, you understand. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself a bit as it happened. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Yeah, bit TMI. I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rouge, I did. Red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, skylight can't be opened. I tried and I tried when I was inside the cabinet of shame.
Excuse me.
What is it, Gina? What's up, Gina? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. Skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, you can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. No. A few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears. Mr. Strain, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last block's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't opt off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. Yeah, just like we saw that thing earlier. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff. Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Yeah, it's a little, like, clasp there. Oh, my hat. See? And I love how she's just casually there holding a stolen gun in court. Like, come on. Order, order, order. I need to put my phone from charge. So it appears that this street dealer statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be a clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate it for myself. Ooh. Yeah. history. Not history at all. Because then we can examine the omnibus. Go on top of it. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. And then can we go up on it? How? This is such an awkward angle. Oh, wait. What's that? There's like red stuff there. That's blood. That's probably blood. No, I don't want to ramble about the roof bust of the omnibus. I want to see the blood. You can certainly see inside the carriage with this open, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. I can literally see the blood. No! Why can't I? Why is this so hard to just click on? Why is this being so awkward? For no reason. Why can't I click on it? Why is it just not letting me view the like blood on it? Gotta move it up slightly. Ah, why is this so awkward? I actually can't. Just stop saying the same dialogue over and over. And actually, that you can see. I can't like zoom in or anything. Oh wait, do we have to? No, not that. Maybe I have to view it from this angle, maybe? And so it's easier. No! We didn't move it down. I just... No! Why? Why is this so awkward? We can see. Yes, I know you can see. I know you're talking about the roof deck of the omnibus. Now, how do I... It's just gonna... this is annoying. This is such an annoying thing. Okay, I'm gonna look on it to see how we click on that. Wait, do we have to go inside the omnibus? Oh. To go inside the omnibus. That makes more sense. That makes more sense, yeah. Should we use it? Yeah, let's go inside. And then I can more easily look up and see the blood. That would have been easier, yeah. Yeah, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Why did I have to keep someone like you two certainly missing out, Hannah. Why someone like me? Oh, what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case. Okay, let's go back. Back. And back. It was not shot. It was not shot the entire time. It was not shot the entire time. I know it. You know it. We all know it.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof is it remains clearly visible on the omnibus that stands before us in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. We do have evidence, though. We do have evidence. No, you can't. I mean, I didn't do what I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel, my lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Only said to within the omnibus is the evidence with which you allude. You point on to what? Suppose that it's through the roof deck. We all know. Oh, there's blood on the floor. I didn't even realize that. Yes, it does open it. We just had this exact same conversation. Oh wait, we just gotta present it. I forgot we gotta present it instead of just point it out. By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! We're right though. Order! But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would have been very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gem really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height there, right there. So it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2. 3.
Objection!
What are you up to? What are you up to? A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. And what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What? What are you talking about? Is that fraud to say, and it's clearly blood? I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb, so I can state with absolute surety no such smear of blood existed in the carriage, at least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and all this court has been in session. What? Well, palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. Bar Magnus McGilded, I followed on all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end, even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realise that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You are very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Another glass of wine for him? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will all cast your minds back, it is not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the woman and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think... Could it have been possible? Could it have been possible? I don't think so. But also, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. It could have been possible. Maybe. Uh-oh, why is my game lagging? Uh-oh. Everything just lagged for a second there for me. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant to be as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. The truth. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious. What could have happened? What could have happened? Yes, there is. And it seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers. Oh, the smoke bomb, yeah. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh god, I'm tired. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? Why are you trying to pull you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. Tis a wicked plot. Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as: to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Seeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first brought out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. About the blood on the floor. We didn't see that earlier. My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going on about now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you dare start watching me back. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly is this alleged mark that you claimed appeared at some point during the trial? It is... Can I not? Oh, I can. This. That's blood, isn't it? We didn't see that earlier. Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
Got it!
Let's present it. If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. this trial is over. McGilded is so suspicious now. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts. And the fact is, that bloodstain there, now. Well. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Oh, he hasn't, has he? I'm scandalized, so I am. I'd thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. As this moment in time, this particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Neither do we really. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my education. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defence first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yeah. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defence, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defence believes... Do we believe that he's innocent? Oh, I'm not guilty. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, actually. I do believe he's not guilty or innocent. I'm tempted to go either way, if I'm being honest. This reminds me of the Matt and Guard case, except with the Matt and Guard case, it's like, I could more easily make arguments for him being innocent than being guilty, because with the Matt and Guard case from the Phoenix Wright trilogy, I could make the argument, oh, he didn't directly murder Juan Corrida, he had a hitman, which, you know, isn't technically murder, it's a different crime, it's hiring an assassin to murder someone, but it's not directly murder, so technically he would be not guilty on a technicality. But with this case, I feel like McGilded is like, McGilded is Schrodinger's cat. He's both innocent and guilty at the same time. I mean, we don't really have enough evidence. Like the omnibus is like Schrodinger's, like the box, and you know, McGilded is the cat. I'm spending way too much time over analyzing this. And if I could do polls, I could use one right now to see what you guys think, whether he's innocent or guilty. I'm gonna look at the guide to see what it says, because I'm not sure actually. From what I can remember when I looked through the guide, it says that we can choose any option, which isn't helpful. Yep, it says we can select any option, which is not helpful. You know what? For the sake of getting our third not guilty verdict technically, because we got ourselves not guilty in the investigation case, which was the adventures of the Speckled Band. I'm just gonna say there's not enough proof. I would say there's not enough proof to prove him guilty, but there's also not enough proof to prove him innocent. So I'm tempted to say innocent. As Mr. McGill legal representative, I don't know if this is the right thing to do though. I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But is there achievement for if we like for 2 different endings? I don't know. Is there? I don't think there is. Okay. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe that the defendant, Magnus McGilded, to be innocent of the allegations brought against him. Thank you, counsel. Here's to you, my Nepalese friend, and the most abject closing I've yet to hear in a court of law. Order. What is it? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. You saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah! Your job here is done, fella. Your job here, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it. I thought the trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Oh, this guy actually guilty. I really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of properly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. She's just content with the park. Now that proceedings have unfolded this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of the court. But we still determine if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We can't prolong it anymore. We can't. This isn't like the modern day. This isn't like 2015, which is when the Phoenix Wright trilogy is set. This isn't, you know, this isn't like the 2020s, which is when Apollo Justice is set. We don't. This is like, you know, the 18th, 19th century. We can't do. We don't have the. You guys don't have the technology to determine whether the blood was genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Seeks. My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shoulder responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. Yeah, that's unfair. That's unfair to Baron Van Zeeks. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it has been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defence. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of my land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. This guy is guilty and I regret playing innocent. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilty. McGilded. It might as well be called Magnus McGilty though. Might as well. Can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. We're talking about the man's claim he's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial. Yeah, long trial. It's almost been 3 hours, jeez. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Psssttt, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. Well, isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. A, you did it. I, you did it. Mr. McGilded. And that girl is his husband too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen him now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What else are you saying, fella? How did I walk out there a free man then? I don't think it was much to thanks to me as that's your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis, is it not? Uh-oh. My webcam went out. I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages for all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I can't possibly accept that much. Arabi West. You're humble people, are you from the East? Well, if you insist. I have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilford. McGill even. Everything is very certain. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. If I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? After the trial? That seems a bit weird. Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move. Whereas, I want to say, can't move on. She would just take forever to load that thing. Mr. Strayed, would you mind putting that thing down? You're grown up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha. Oh, doing a play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I am, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty cool, I thought to myself. You don't have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all. I stuck my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. Tell her what's it what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologise, of course, sir, to my technician. What, you mean, say sorry? You must say sorry to what? When you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I know you want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye bye. I'm so sorry for all those fuss. And she's gone. She's a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yeah, you're right, but where to? Yeah, where are they gonna live? Oh, yeah, what combination have you set up, Psssttt? You're always in touch with us. We haven't had any time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London that we had to brush hair. All our travelling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour of the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it might be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London will freeze a young person's soul just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. The 1,000 guineas would be paid for a lovely one room, one mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper and the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Ooh, cutscene.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water!
Oh? The omnibus is on fire!
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Who's in there? Is
Good God.
Magnus McGill there?
Someone in there.
This can't be.
What's going on? Who the fuck set fire to it? What? Okay. That's the end of that trial. Huh? I'm gonna save it there. The next trial will be the Adventures of the Clan of Kokoro for this for Chronicles. That'll be in like 2 weeks. So next week is case 2 of Apollo Justice. And yeah, I hope you have enjoyed this game. Not the game, case. We're not finished with the game yet. And yeah, let's find somebody to raid. I'm gonna check my following list first to see who is alive. Let's raid Spanky Rambles. Let's raid him. He's playing Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Oh yeah, I think we raided him last week. He's playing with Adrian's Revenge. So yeah, let's go raid him. Have you enjoyed this stream? Hope you have enjoyed this case. And yeah, Apollo Justice next week, and I might stream again tomorrow and play some Minecraft. I want to get a build done. And yeah, I shall see you guys either tomorrow. I haven't put raid command yet. I shall see you guys either tomorrow or next Friday, either for Minecraft or Apollo Justice. Check out all my socials in the link tree that just got posted in chat. I managed to set up a separate timer command that goes off like every hour. That goes off every like 45 minutes. That goes off like every hour. So yeah, like half an hour after the donations one gets posted. So yeah. Anyways, let's go raid.